Hi, Christine.
Hello.
All right, it is 6 o'clock. This time we will call the meeting of May 17th, 2021 to order. City Attorney, is there anything you'd like to say before we move to closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If the council so moves, it will go into closed session to discuss those items agendized for closed session discussion, specifically item number 1 on the agenda, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, agency designated representative, city manager, employee, chief of police. And item number 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9B, one potential case. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards, Mr. Oh, wait, hold on. Reynaldo Morales? Reynaldo, did you want to speak on an item on closed session?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm a homeless person in Hollister, California. I'm representing the homeless, and I also been an honor and pleasure working with the Father's House, Linda and Pat Nampy. We needed that help out here because I distribute the food.
Mr.
Reynaldo?
Morales, you're going to want to speak on that during the regular meeting? This is not on the item.
This is for only the 2 closed session items?
Oh, sorry.
You can speak during the public comment of the regular meeting.
Okay, thank you. Our mistake.
Thank
No
you.
problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no other speakers, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Is there a motion from council?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, we will see you in closed session.
gonna keep going, yeah.
Persistence.
Yeah.
How you doing, Amber? I'm doing good. How about you? Slow back. We should be done by what? 7:30? In the morning.
Yeah. There you go.
Hey again, Abraham.
I need to make reports in the store, be snickered.
There was no permanent fence. Can they prove they're yours? They're not sterilized. That's right.
You're not asking me.
I think you have to eat them to make sure that they're yours. You start looking each one of them.
DNA.
Yeah, or cooties.
All right, everyone.
We're waiting for the city manager.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We are ready, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, this time we will resume the meeting of May 17th, 2021. Mr. Burns, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Burns,
Here.
Councilmember Perez,
Here.
City Manager Miller,
Here.
City Attorney Epperson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Here.
Mayor Velasquez,
Here.
Interim Police Chief Reynoso.
Present.
Thank you. Just wanted to change that up a little bit. Verification of agenda posting. The agenda for the City of Hollister City Council regular meeting of May 17th, 2021 was posted on the bulletin board on May 12th, 2021 at 12:30 p.m. per Government Code Section 54954.2. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney, would you please report out from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The report out of closed session is that the city council discussed in closed session those items agendized for closed session, and direction was given to staff and negotiators. The city council recessed from closed session at 7:10 p.m. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. We're going to now move to the consent agenda. Are there any items council would like to pull? Do we have any requests from the public?
I have none.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt the consent agenda as presented by staff, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. We're going to now move to item C, public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note, state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Obviously, we are doing Zoom meetings, so please raise your hands if you have a comment you'd like to make. Thank you. Go ahead, city clerk.
Thank you. And in addition to that, if you're on the phone doing Zoom, you hit *9 to raise your hand. Our first speaker, Victor Gomez. Victor, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Christine. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, this is Victor Gomez, resident of District 4. I emailed all of you, but I thought I would just kind of formally request it here at a actual public city council meeting. About 10 days ago, for the third time in a few years, our cars here parked on the side of Driftwood and Valley View have been hit by other vehicles, really because they don't have any need to stop. There is no existing stop signs, at least traveling through Valley View Road coming from either Valley View or Calistoga. And unfortunately, a couple of nights ago, we actually had a drunk driver at 2 a.m. actually plow into my daughter's car, totaling her car, and their car actually ended up going through our fence, and it ended up landing in our front yard. So my request today is to for the council to please consider doing a 4-way stop instead of a 2-way stop at Driftwood and Valley View, and potentially also consider some type of traffic calming mechanism in and around Valley View Park. Valley View Park is very popular. Obviously, during the summer, we get a lot of kids because of the water feature that's out in our neighborhood, and it's really become certainly very impacted because of traffic and unfortunately because of people's driving habits. Rarely do I ever see anybody stop even at the existing 2 stop signs. So I'm hoping that 2 additional stop signs could potentially help a bit. And so Councilmember Burns, being my representative, and Mayor Velazquez, I ask that you please consider taking this approach and please consider a 4-way stop. And then again, additionally, some type of traffic calming mechanisms, at least around the park area. So that is my request, and I really appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir.
Veronica Lozama. Veronica?
Hi, Chris, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Veronica Lozama, Hollister resident and community volunteer. I'm speaking this evening to offer my support to Hollister Community Outreach, a local nonprofit that has been providing lifeline food, shelter, and support services to residents 7 days a week for the past 14 years. Over the last year, during the peak of the pandemic, my mother and I have volunteered for Hollister Community Outreach by delivering weekly food boxes to local families and farm workers struggling to put food on their table. We have seen firsthand the enormous need that exists within our city, and for this reason, we offer our support to Linda Lampe with Hollister Community Outreach, who will be speaking under the public comment portion of this agenda this evening. We respectfully request that her items of interest be placed on a future agenda for your consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Loretta Avina.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am speaking tonight with a concern that I think everyone should be concerned with. I have been advised, and I'm not going to give my source, that our sewer is at capacity or is soon to be at capacity. My concern is that we are continuing to build this within the city of Hollister, and the two new city council members recently pushed through some new development. My concern is this. With the sewer reaching capacity, what are your plans? And I am tired of paying a large amount of money for my water and my sewer. We just finished paying for a sewer that was expanded. And with not knowing what the plans are, and many of us residents are already paying so much money and not wanting to pay more money, we feel that the new developers should be paying for this. I propose that we have a moratorium on any new and continuing construction of these new homes. We are also in a drought. The governor just declared a drought. San Benito County, the city of Hollister are in that drought mandate. We are being asked to conserve water. I'm sorry, I'm not going to conserve water when the city of Hollister is continuing to build more homes and bring in more people. So what is your plan? How are you going to fix this? Again, I'm proposing a moratorium on any new building and stop the building that's going on right now until you fix this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
There was a gentleman that was speaking earlier. He is no longer on.
I see. I
He's
thought I
back.
saw his name.
Oh, he's back. There he is. Ronaldo, please go ahead. Thank
Morales, I'm a homeless person in Hollister, California. And I've been working volunteer for the last 5 to 6 years with the Father's House. And we need a lot of help to get out there and be able to feed the people. Now that they've been scattered all over Hollister, run out in certain areas, they're hard to find. And there's a great demand. You know, they're hungry. And
I sit in Hollister Community Outreach.
and Hollister Community Outreach, also known as the Father's House. They go out and distribute a lot of food, and there's like, we have our hands full without getting financial help and whatever we might need. So I ask you that you help us better Hollister and help the people that are homeless and other people.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Linda, I'm not sure if you are listed as Patrick. If you are, raise your hand if that's you that wants to speak. Linda? Linda, is that you?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, well, good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Thankful that you would take the time to listen to my request. What my request is to be on the next agenda for the council. The reason for that is two subjects: Hollister Community Outreach, my father's house. Before the pandemic, our main thrust was serving our homeless friends with hot meals and showers and clean clothes and food and a place to go during the day because the shelter would be open at night. And we were there during the day. When the pandemic hit, we changed that. And we are going out, we're more mobile now. And Mr. Ronaldo just spoke, and he, even though he's homeless himself, is out there helping us to serve. All of our volunteers, it's 100% volunteer. But in addition to that, we're now serving 44 pallets of food a week. That's 2,112 boxes of farmers to families. About 73,920 pounds of food come into Hollister every week in conjunction with Martha's Kitchen. We need financial help. Also, I'd like to have on the agenda about Worth Saving Thrift Store located at 101 5th Street. I've approached council with this before, that we would like to have the opportunity to be able to nicely display furniture outside. Now that the city has provided parklets, which I think are a nice attraction to bring in awareness to the businesses, that I would like the opportunity to display furniture and things that would attract people to our stores. I've seen this in Carmel and other cities where it's very nicely done. I would like for that to be on the agenda so I can compete competitively with the other areas. We truly need help. We're serving approximately 1,000 to 1,100 families a week in partnership with Martha's Kitchen, Farmers to Families, and like Veronica just spoke, with LULAC and United Farm Workers in the Hollister School District. We removed all the barriers for people to get food. We don't ask for identification. We actually go to the families, to the underserved, as well as still serving over 100 homeless people every day, all week long. And we just need your help because we're here to serve the community. And we just truly thank you for hearing us, and please put us on the next county council agenda. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We'll go now to item D1.
Thank you, Mayor. So the comment about the wastewater treatment plant, we have plenty of capacity. In fact, if we want to add another train to our system, that would increase the capacity even more. And talking to our water supplier, San Benito County Water District, I mean, there is the concern with drought, but we have been assured that we will have plenty of water this next season for our use. Thank you, Mayor. That's it.
Thank you very much. Item D2.
Nothing to report at this time.
Thank you. We're going to now move to item F1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, good evening. Abraham Prado, Development Services Department, Planning Manager, Interim Director. This item is Ordinance 1201. First reading of this item occurred on May 3rd, 2021 at the last City Council meeting. There has been no changes since. And so with that, staff recommends that the City Council read by title only, waive full reading, and adopt Ordinance 1201 between it's a development agreement by and between the City of Hollister and the development known as West of Fairview. Thank you. Are there any questions for staff?
Any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to council. Any comments or questions? I will make my comment as I do with this item over and over again. I do not care much for this project. I made that very clear, but the previous council did approve it, and it was again approved afterwards because of that approval. So to be fair, it was approved, and it'd be very difficult not to continue moving forward without facing massive litigation. Okay, is there a motion?
I move that we read by title only, waive full reading, and adopt ordinance number 1201, an ordinance of the City of Hollister approving the Second Amendment of the development agreement by and between the City of Hollister and the development known as West of Fairview.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll move to item F2.
Thank you, Mayor. Before council is approving the issuance of a notice of public hearing for maximum allowable solid waste collection rates. And to discuss this is Kathleen Gallagher from Integrated Waste.
Kathleen, go ahead.
Thanks so much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Honorable Council. As Brett just shared, the item before you tonight is consideration of approval of the issuance of the notice of public hearing to be held on August 2nd, 2021 for the solid waste collection rates charged by Recology of San Benito County. So tonight I'll provide a very brief overview of the highlights of this item. Phil Couchet, who is the general manager of Recology, as well as Carl Minnie, the controller, is also available to answer questions, as well as Selena Stotler, who is the integrated waste management staff analyst. For the members that are new to the council, there are joint powers authority. The county is the lead agency for the integrated waste management. And our role is to assist Hollister, San Juan, Batista, and the county to meet the state mandates surrounding AB 939 and many of the other solid waste management requirements. So as your staff packet noted, staff recommends that the City Council approve this resolution. The highlights are in your staff report, and I'll go over those very briefly and glad to answer any questions at the conclusion of this brief presentation. So the Hollister City Council approved the contract with Recology back in 2018. And this contract with Recology included a contractual obligation for an annual rate adjustment for Recology. So as your staff report noted, the annual rate adjustment is based on the Consumer Price Index, the CPI, a fuel index. It also includes disposal and processing costs to determine what these solid waste collection rates are. The franchise agreement that is between Hollister and Recology includes programs to meet the many state mandates that the California has legislated, which include AB 939, AB 341, AB 1826, and SB 1383. There are, as you know, many mandates regarding solid waste, household hazardous waste, and organics waste. The solid waste rates that Recology charges pay for the program costs to meet these regulatory requirements. So the rate setting process that is included is actually defined in Article 9 of the franchise agreement. And it's a very thorough detail that shows the rate adjustment calculations that are performed in conformance with this number. So for July 31st, and this is obviously specific for for July 1st of 2021, and I think I just said July 31st, I mean July 1st, 2021, the maximum allowed rate adjustment is 4.5%. So most Hollister residents, about 58%, have a 32-gallon waste container or smaller. And table 1 that's on your staff report shows that the maximum allowable rate adjustment is $1.45 per month. That's what that 4.5% rate increase would include. So the notice of public hearing that would be mailed out to the Hollister ratepayers includes all of this information, and it does include that these are the maximum solid waste rates. The actual rates that are charged to ratepayers could actually be lower. Table 1 shows the amount that is in each component. So for example, for the CPI, for the operating component, for the disposal and processing, each of these components is calculated in Table 1, and it shows that the $1.45 and with that increase from the current $32.69 to the $34.14. One thing I did want to highlight is that the current potential rate impact, which is the 4.5%, could actually be 2.1% or in that neighborhood. And the reason that is we have met with Brett and the San Juan City Manager, as well as the RMA staff, and we're looking at additional options and revenue sources to reduce this rate impact for Hollister and San Juan and the county ratepayers. We are in weekly updates regarding this item, and we will be certainly updating and meeting with Brett as soon as we know more. So what this means for the notice of public hearing that would be mailed out to the Hollister ratepayers is that, once again, this is the maximum rate that would be charged to our Hollister ratepayers. The actual rate, particularly in with regard to finding revenue sources to reduce this rate impact, would actually be lower. So in conclusion, one of the key things that is also included in your rate impact and your rate study is it shows that the notice of public hearing includes not only the rates for fiscal year 2021 and 2022, it also provides the maximum solid waste rates for the 5 subsequent years from the fiscal year 2022/2023 through 2025/2026. These follow the methodology in Article 9 of the franchise agreement, which allows only a maximum of 5% annually. Again, the actual rates charged to Hollister ratepayers could be lower. Each year, as these rates are known, ratepayers in Hollister will receive no later than June 1st what the actual rates are. These will also be included in the Recology website as well as the Integrated Waste Management website. I am glad to answer any additional questions. That includes the brief overview. As I said, we have Recology's general manager as well as the controller and IWM staff analyst Selena Stotler to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Is there any questions? Any questions from council?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. My question isn't for our presenter, but it would be for Mr. Epperson. Mr. Epperson, I would need your legal direction here. Mr. Couchet is a personal friend of mine. I do not receive any kind of financial compensation. I've not had any conversations with him about what we're here to discuss today or ever. And so I just want to make sure that I don't have a perceived or a real conflict of interest.
I'm sorry, what was his name again?
Philip Couchet. He's the
Couchet,
general
Mr.
manager for Recology.
That's what I was going to ask you about that. Councilmember Burns, my advice is always that if you think that you might have a conflict, that you recuse yourself from it. However, given that there's no financial interest, it's not clear that there would be a conflict, in my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Epperson. Mayor, that concludes my question.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
I do.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Perez.
So contractually, where we're obligated to, for this increase, you said it could go down as little as 2.1 or as high as 4.5, depending upon what kind of financial assistance we can get. Is that what my correct understanding?
Yeah, you are correct under that understanding. The county's looking at if they can use the American Rescue Plan to use some of that funding to lower the rates for the citizens.
And I guess this is more towards, I can't see the name, sorry.
No problem, Kathleen Gallagher.
Kathleen, even with my glasses, I can't see.
Not a problem.
But so do you guys, this is not just for my information, but for public information also, is there, I think I remember hearing something about that there's actually some programs available for our people that can't afford.
Low income?
Yes, yeah, low income. And also, if I could also confirm as far as if someone has a couch that needs to be picked up, that it can be picked up.
Yeah, thank you for bringing both of those up. So the first one on the couch, one of the new things that the franchise agreement allows is that residents twice a year can schedule a bulky item cleanup from their curbside. So a couch, an appliance, an old computer, any of those items can be picked up from curbside at no cost to residents. And in addition to that, we also have the quarterly cleanup. If folks are cleaning up their garage and they want to simply bring that to the landfill, they can bring that to the landfill at the quarterly events. These are listed, the dates are listed on the Integrated Waste Management site as well as the Recology site. And thanks to Selena, there's a lot of social media outreach that goes to our residents about that. So yes, that was one of the big issues is we wanted to give a lot of options for residents so there wasn't as much illegal dumping as we were finding. And then the second item you brought up on low income. Yes, if residents qualify for the Lifeline program, they can certainly apply for the low income rates from Recology. And that is included as part of the programs with Recology. And Phil Couchet perhaps can share more information on that if you would prefer.
That's fine. I'm sure that if they're on the Lifeline program, they can follow up and by calling you guys. The other question, so the 45-day notice, so whether if it's in the scale between 4.5 and 2.1, if it turns out to be 3.0, is that where the 45-day notice comes in, or how does the consumer find out how much we're going to pay?
Yeah, so thank you for asking that question. So the 45-day notice is once council approves the notice of public hearing, if Proposition 218 requires that there's 45 days notice to ratepayers to file an official protest. And if there are more than 50% plus one of the ratepayers that are protesting the rate, the council would not be able to approve it. But if there is less than 50% plus one, there would be approval of that contractual agreement. What would happen is the actual rates, once we know them, we would have a letter go out to the ratepayers that show exactly what that rate impact will be.
Is that letter of protest form, is that included inside the bill, or is that something they would have to go and download and fill out?
Yeah, that is included in the mailing that's going to all ratepayers in Hollister. So it states when the public hearing will be on August 2nd and when. It also states what the maximum rates will be, and then rate included in that notice of public hearing is a notice for them to complete. And they complete that form, give that to the city clerk or mail it in. Fax, well, I don't think people use fax anymore, but that is the method to, and they can certainly bring it to the city clerk right through the duration of the public hearing.
And so my understanding too, you said, so if it's 50 plus 1%, that we can actually not fulfill our contractual obligations?
The majority protest would require it to not approve these rates. It would have to be 50% plus one of the ratepayers, which would be over 5,000 ratepayers that would be doing a protest.
Okay, that's all I have.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Bring it back to council. Any last comments or questions? Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. We will now move to item F3.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and fellow council members. Paul Da Silva, IT Director for the city. The item before you is to replace our current backup system for the city's data and the police data for all the servers. From currently where we use a backup system to tape. It's pretty antiquated. It's over 15 years old. And over this 15 years, we've upgraded the drives to be able to accommodate larger and larger sets of tapes to handle more and more data that happen every year. The current tape unit is pretty maxed out. There's no drives that will fit it, which brought us to actually look at a different solution. the solution before you is to purchase a Rubrik backup data appliance and also provide archiving to the cloud through Amazon Web Services. This backup data appliance is part of a bigger plan for disaster recovery. So it's in line with the if we were to get hit by some sort of malware and we would have to recover data, we'd be able to recover the data within minutes to a couple of hours, as opposed to trying to go back to the tape, which could be several hours to several days in trying to recover data. If we did have a server that actually goes down, this unit would actually fire up a virtual instance of the server and continue running it while we try to bring the actual server back up. So it would be good if, in case it was like the finance system, we would be able within a few minutes to have the finance system continue running while we try to replace the actual server and move the data back to the server. So less downtime and the ability to basically recover pretty quickly in case of an emergency situation. This is part of the budget for this year to replace this system. We do have funds in funds 601, 620, and 660 that would cover about $57,500 of the system, totaling about $73,000 budgeted for the appliance and 3 years of maintenance. And we are looking to appropriate about $15,500 from Fund 101 General Fund to cover the remaining. Any questions? I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So, sir, what is the life expectancy of the equipment that we're proposing to buy?
Well, it's 3 years maintenance, and it includes software updates and the actual appliance. It's usually about 5 to 7 years.
Okay, and I may have read it and just forgotten it. What's the current life of the equipment we're proposing to replace?
Currently, we've had it about 15 years now.
Thank you. And so, and this may be for you or for the city manager. Would the American Rescue plan monies be something we could allocate to pay for this, as opposed to our general fund monies, given the public safety issue that Paul brought up?
We're allowed to use it for broadband infrastructure. I doubt if we could use it on this one. Well, I mean, we can look at it. It's not a problem. We'll definitely look into it.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. I support it regardless, but if we could find a way to use that money, I think that would be my preference. Thank you, Mayor. That concludes my questions and comments.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions from council? I do have one question for you, Paul. I know I understanding the backup system, but curious, well, not that this is going to happen, but the cloud storage is with this company. What if the company went out of business?
The cloud storage is actually through Amazon Web Services. They partner with this company, Rubrik, and their system basically just takes a copy of what we would have a localized backup copy. If that got corrupt for some reason, we would be able to go into the cloud, the Amazon Web Services, and be able to pull that down from the cloud. So basically, if we had some sort of, let's say we had an earthquake here and God forbid, the servers had a problem, we would be able to fire.
Right, no, I understand. I'm just saying if the company were to go out of business, they would give us notice and we would download everything and put it into another company. Is that how The
Right, we could be. able
backup
to-
plan to the backup plan would work.
Yeah, because the Amazon Web Services is just a cloud storage, which we
Right.
would be able to move to another solution if we had to.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions or comments from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velasquez.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. We'll move now.
Thank you.
We'll move now to item F4.
Hi, this is Charlie with the Fire Department, your acting fire chief. I'm just passing out a picture so you guys could see exactly what we're talking about. I thought about it last night. I was like, I don't think everyone knows what a type 6 is. I know I do, but I don't think anyone else does. So hang on a second.
Oh, okay, awesome. So everyone can see.
Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you for having me come on up. Mr. Mayor, I did text this to you, and I think you did forward this off to the Vice Mayor. What this item is a resolution for the City Council of Hollister that allow the Hollister Fire Department to apply and participate in the California Fire Service and Rescue Mutual Aid Plan with this apparatus assignee. This resolution will allow the fire department to apply for the appointment of the apparatus assignee. The California Governor's Office of Emergency Services, Cal OES, manages a statewide fire and rescue program providing apparatus on loan to local fire departments for use in their districts while running those departments and to staff the vehicles in the state when is needed. So in this picture alone, it's basically for a type 6. And on the right, the red one is what we have here at Hollister Fire Department. So what the state's gonna do, OES, is they're giving us the yellow one. And instead of us taking our red one out of service, out of the district and everything, we'll be able to take this yellow one. And we won't have to leave our district empty. So they're giving us, we already have the yellow one in service, but we won't have to take our own equipment out of service. They provide us a type 6 apparatus, brand new, to go use throughout the state. So we can wear and tear it. If it breaks down, they fix it. If ours breaks down, we have to fix it. So we're already, we sent it out multiple times last year, our red one, but now they're providing us with a yellow one. So they're giving us this one free to go run calls. And if our type 6 breaks down, we'll be able to use this one as needed also in our district. We just have to be available to run calls if they request. And we went out on numerous deployments last year on task force throughout the state with our red one. But now we won't have to wear and tear our red one. We'll be able to use the one that the state gives us.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you. Chief, I do have just a few questions, please.
Sure.
So, and in reading the council packet, this may just be a formality, but the date on the agreement shows from May 10th of 2021, and I recognize that it's May 17th. So you may have answered this question. Is this agreement, the equipment's already here, and are we already using it?
The equipment isn't here yet. It's like pending, just waiting there right now. So they required all the paperwork, our insurance, so we had to get all that stuff over there. So we had showed some interest. They said, hey, do you want one of these brand new ones? We said, sure. So all of a sudden, they made contact with us just before that and said, okay, we need this, 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 and this. So they gave out the first rounds already through Cal OES. I think it was Friday that they gave out the first rounds of them. So ours is over there sitting and waiting for approval.
I'm excited.
It is exciting.
My sense is, we haven't done this with the state in the past.
Not for the type 6. So we have an OES type 1, which is the regular size fire engine, an old one of those. So That one's getting run down, so we're on the books to get a new one, and I don't know when it is, but they know that the one we're using now is old, and they know that we need to get replaced. And like you said, it's just as long as we continue to run the program, we could always turn it in and say, okay, we're done running it. Here's your piece of equipment back. Thank you very much. But we all know, being part of the mutual aid system, it's you scratch our back, we'll scratch yours, and we utilize it a lot. And we have the potential for using them a lot here, so.
Okay. One of the things, again, I noticed in the staff report, it showed that there was a $1,200 cost. Can you speak to what that is?
You know, that might be our radio components and everything. I'm not sure on that, but that's what it might be, our programming and stuff like that.
Okay. I thought I heard you just say a couple of seconds ago that if their equipment breaks, we're not responsible for the maintenance. They are? Is
They
that
fix
correct?
it, 100%. Yeah, they
Okay.
fix it.
Obviously, I misread that then. And I guess then my final question is, in reviewing the equipment list, my presumption is this vehicle, whether in county or out of county, may in fact go into some very remote areas within San Benito County or beyond. And I didn't see where there was any mention of the need or the value or benefit to having a satellite phone. But I know from my experience in Monterey County, there's just some areas that the communication system does not work. And I was wondering if we would benefit from putting a sat phone on that vehicle as well.
I'd rather keep the sat phone with us here in case we need it. But no, absolutely, there is absolutely a benefit with that. But we are currently working with law enforcement and the deputy's office, the three first responder agencies working together to improve the system. So I think there is something coming up in the near future, so we'll have better radio service here. I know Chief Dover's working diligently to improve the fire service radio system around here, and then we'll be working together soon all together to improve on that also.
Thank you, Chief. And my final question is, my recollection is the vehicle that you've presented to us for review, that's about a $250,000 vehicle, isn't it?
These are, and so this is a four-wheel drive vehicle, and it gets in farther and deeper than the regular Type 3, the bigger CAL FIRE fire engines. Those are good, but now we're probably able to get 3 of these compared to the 1 of the Type 3s, and I think that's what we're ended up doing. I think we'll have 3, now 4 of these, and 1 Type 3, because there is a need for that. They don't pump as much, but they do get in a lot deeper, farther, and higher into the fire than the other ones can. So we've had them, other agencies saying, hey, can you guys get in there? Absolutely. We've had the training for it, 4-wheel drive training, and we can get in there and take care of business, so.
Thank you, Chief, for your answers. I 100% support this, and I like the creativeness of the fire department to look for alternative resources for resources. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We'll take it back to council again. Any questions or comments? All right, is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to item F5.
Thank you very much.
This will be Renee. So-
Renee? Renee?
Renee?
You may have to log out and log back in. Yeah, we can't hear you, Renee. You might have to log out and log back in.
She says she can hear us, but, so go ahead. Okay, she might be able to work now.
Can you hear me?
We can.
There you go, Renee.
Okay, I'm going to speak fast. This is Renee Prowlis, CIP Manager. Tonight before you is Resolution 2021-89. At the April 5th City Council meeting, the City Council awarded a contract to Precision Grade Incorporated for the Central Avenue Traffic Calming Project. At this meeting, staff was directed by council to get a quote to add a Type 2 slurry to the project. The cost of the slurry will be $106,260. The total amount of the contract, including the Type 2 slurry, will be $564,283. Staff is requesting that the City Council do the following: approve Resolution 2021-89, authorizing a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $106,000.
Almost worked. So the amount was 106,260,000, I believe is what she was going to finish up with. With that, is there any questions from council?
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Mayor, as I recall, I think that you actually were the person that brought this forward and with the request with council support. And I'm just wondering if you can explain the benefit to the slurry for me, please, in terms that I can understand, hopefully.
Absolutely. For whatever reason, somehow, some of our roads, when we were doing some of the repairs, they went out as chip seal. So chip seal is kind of like the gravel rock out there, really made more for county roads, not for city streets. And when you drive through, you can kind of see the rocks flying around. The slurry will kind of compact that, make it a smooth road, and will make the markings on the road hold up much longer than it would with just the chip seal. The chip seal, after a while, they just start breaking off because it's just being painted over the little gravel rocks. So it makes for a better road, basically.
Mayor, does that mean that it will also mean that the road will last for a longer period of time? So my point is it cost effective to do this? It seems like a lot of money to me, but again, if we buy another year, 2 or more in the road, the longevity of the road, then it seems like it's probably money well spent to me. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor,
Absolutely, it will add to it. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I was gonna say, in talking to our current city engineer, it should make it last longer.
We can hear you.
Renee, we can hear you now.
Renee,
I guess she can't hear us now.
we better
To
be.
go back to Mr. Burns, yes, it does add life to the road also. I believe I was told a slurry adds about 5 more years.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Do we have any speaker cards?
We have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry? Who made the second?
I seconded, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez.
Yes,
Motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
thank you. We will now move to item F6.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm here to present resolution number 2021-90, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister authorizing the execution of a professional services agreement with West Coast Arborist. This is the company that we've been working with for the last 3 years. Actually, I think it's the last 6 years. They're the ones trimming all the trees up, maintaining, removing trees when they're dead. They have a database of all of our trees, how old they are, when the last time they were trimmed, when they were planted, removed, anything and everything you can imagine. A root, shaving off roots when needed for sidewalk purposes. So we're asking for council to approve this contract.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Gonzalez, in reading the staff report, there was mention, and I don't understand it because it felt like it was prior to this current council that is seated, but it sounded like there was some direction to maybe do some research and look at some alternatives. And so my question is, as I recall, this is a contract for $325,000. There's a component in there, though, that it could grow in size based on outside the scope of the contract work. And at some point, whether it's a past council's request or this current council's direction, $325,000 is a lot of money. Trees are a very important part of our community, and I believe that healthy trees are imperative. Having said all of that, though, I would very much like to look at, in the future, having in-source staff to be able to do these things. And I know that that's not necessarily cheap. I know the equipment alone can be very expensive, but again, if it's budgeted for, I would very much rather have this an in-house process moving forward, although I recognize the need for immediate services, and I know that we can't necessarily do this in-house based on my understanding. But what is the direction that you're aware of as it relates to this contract and moving forward to look at it, internalizing this process?
Good question. So this is a 3-year contract. So the city manager and I will, within that 3 years, we'll look at alternative ways to do this, get this taken care of, if it's within staff or any other sources. The reason we carried this through for tonight is so that we didn't have any gap between the contracts. Then we would just fall behind on all the trimmings, all the removal of trees and what have you. So we did get direction from council to do some research on that, and so within this next 3 years, we'll be doing research on an alternative method.
Thank you. I understand the dilemma you find yourselves in now. My concern is, in 3 years from now, will it be a finalized project? And so I would like to make it a priority of the city to look at how we get there. I don't think it should take 3 years to do that. I also understand that you have limited time and resources, but I would like to see something come forward in the next year on this, where we have the same players in the game. And so for me, I will be supportive of this, but with the reservation that we actually can look at doing this sooner than 3 years from now, at least for a plan to implement. Thank you. That concludes my comments, Mayor.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Mayor,
Thank you, sir.
can I talk a little bit on that one too? So part of the direction was to come up with potentially a tree policy to really to turn the trees back over to the property owners. Part of the other issue with hiring staff has been, I mean, in that 325, we're getting an arborist, people that trim the trees that are up there, street crews to do street closure or flagging. And one of the issues we've had in the past is we actually had somebody fall out of our tree trimming truck and we had a significant workers' comp bill. So that's one of the concerns that we've looked at in the past is maybe how to eliminate some of that liability by putting it onto a different, on a contract service. So, but we will look into it, but that is part of the, in past decisions, that's why we went with the contracting with a firm to like I say, remove some of that liability or concerns.
Thank you, City Manager.
Sure.
Appreciate your comments.
Thank you for explaining that, Mr. City Manager, and you're correct. I think we can come back, and I think Mr. Burns is correct. We do need a good policy. I think we can put that focus on it, and I do agree, maybe within the year, we should try to get an answer, permanent answer for this, which way we're gonna go, because it is expensive, but it does have to be done right, or do we give those trees back to the homeowners to maintain correctly? Is there any questions or comments? Anything else?
One quick one. So
Go ahead, sir.
We're entering into the first year of a 3-year agreement?
Correct.
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns, I have one follow-up question, please.
Go ahead, sir.
So in reviewing the contract, it wasn't clear to me, and maybe I just missed it, but are we paying prevailing wage for this project? And if not, why wouldn't we be?
I believe all contracts are prevailing wage.
We'd have to check on this one, because this one is a maintenance, so we would look at, I believe we've not had to pay prevailing wage if it's on a maintenance job.
Okay, thanks for the clarity.
Actually,
Just for background, this one is under prevailing wage. You're correct, city manager, for maintenance, it does not have to be, but this one was bid out at the time as prevailing wage.
one other question, if I may.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, did we take other bids, or what's our usual process on this?
We went through the bid process.
Okay.
We had 4 bids, only 2 qualified.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Velazquez, one final thing, I apologize.
That's okay, Mr. Burns. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So in reviewing the staff report, I didn't see any mention at all of prevailing wage. I have heard what the mayor has said. And if we've got a contract, I would like to see that contract actually list out the company's responsibility to pay prevailing wage. I don't know that that would alleviate our responsibility, but I would like to make sure, first of all, that they are paying prevailing wage if that's what they bid for, and the people that are employed are receiving the prevailing wage. And even probably more important for me is that the city is not having any risk, liability, or exposure. And so if it's clearly called out, and maybe the staff report that we received with their element, the company that is going to be awarded the contract, I didn't see anything in their proposal that talks about that. And they did get into quite some detail in that, but I didn't see any of that. Maybe I missed it, but I just want to make sure it's there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Motion, I'll make a motion.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to item F7.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. This is Renee Perales. I hope I have a better connection now. At the April 19th City Council meeting, staff brought before you Resolution 2021-69, asking council to award a contract for the Lad Lane traffic calming project. Council voted to postpone this item to tonight's meeting in order to receive a presentation on an alternative traffic calming measure. Tonight, I bring back Resolution 2021-91, which would reject the low bid received from Precision Grade Incorporated based on their bid being deemed non-responsive, award a contract to the second low bidder, Granite Rock Company, authorize the mayor to execute the contract, approve a supplemental appropriation, and authorize the city manager to execute a contract and change orders not exceeding $91,000. The total appropriation for the project should not exceed $998,450 without further council approval. Do you have any questions regarding this item?
Any questions from council?
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I would recommend that we either pull or table this item. Maybe I'm confused, but I really thought that we would probably want to obtain some estimates for doing traffic calming measures, and if we can accomplish the same thing for less than $1 million or $907,454, I think that money could be used for other things as long as we're not compromising the integrity of the project. And so for that reason, I would like to see that this either be pulled or continued until we get a clear understanding of what that cost could be. And I was inspired by what we received last council meeting in that presentation, and so I would like to see more about that before we move forward to spend this money, even though it may at the end of the day be necessary. Thank you, Mayor. That concludes my thoughts and comments.
Thank you, sir. I think
sorry,
probably the proper motion would be to withdraw the item Would that be correct, city attorney or city manager?
That is correct. And actually, I was going to interject real quick. I was still looking at the last item, looking at the contract for prevailing wage, and Councilmember Burns beat me to my statement. One of the suggestions was that we could withdraw this. This was brought forward because it was put on as time certain from the past meetings. But we have looked at the speed cushions, and that was discussion of maybe a better solution to traffic calming and potentially a lot less more expensive, because, yeah, 907,000 probably could buy a lot of speed cushions. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the council. Again, any questions or comments? Is there a motion?
Actually, I just have one quick question.
Go ahead, sir.
So, to go through all this, all these reports and everything, I take it costs money. And unfortunately, you know, I understand the timing of coming up with speed humps and all these other cushions and stuff. But I just hate to see such a waste of money, and like Councilman Burns said, we might have to come back to this anyways. But at the same time, I guess I appreciate the staff for having to jump through all the hoops and do all the stuff that you do. We really appreciate you guys, Renee and all the other staff, Christine, everybody. I can't mention you all, but you know, I just don't want you to think that we don't. Thank you for what you do. And, you know, unfortunately, because of the timing and stuff, I think it's better to table this also.
Right. And I would say on behalf of staff, I mean, this started probably 9 months ago, and under that, when we did this project, we did not, the suggestion was always in the past not to use any kind of speed humps or speed bumps of any kind to control traffic. We can kind of shelve this, and then when it's time for Ladd Lane or Whiteside Boulevard to get slurried or something like that, we can revisit this as maybe a solution to paint the roads at that time as additional speed control.
Follow-up, if I may.
Go ahead, sir.
So with all this that we have in place here, is there a time limit where this is non-valid? Do we know of that? Or is this?
Mark, do you know how long?
Typically, it's 60 to 90 days, and I can't remember off the top of my head. I believe it's 60 days to award a contract.
Correct, but Mark, how long would the traffic control plan?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, plan won't expire.
Okay.
Well, if we have flying cars, that might change.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering if it's gonna expire in a certain amount of time, to make sure that we come up with a decision before then.
Just a reminder that the idea was to go back and do a redesign with some of these other techniques we can do, and would save quite a lot of money to get this thing done. So it is going to go back to a redesign to implement maybe the speed cushions or delineators without having to resurface and restripe or strip the existing markings. That's a big part of the dollars that we're going to be spent here.
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things I would like to see, and I know COVID has really created some complications for all of us and government as well, but I would hope that whatever we're going to finalize for traffic calming, hopefully we could have it finalized and hopefully in place before the fall school semester. I don't know if that's realistic, but I would certainly like to. I mean, I think the concern and the need is for our safety of our children primarily, and so my sense was from the presentation we received last council meeting that this wouldn't be a very difficult project to move forward with, and so I would hope, although I will be understanding if it takes longer, but what I don't want to do is find that there's a tragedy that could have been prevented, and so I would like to see this move forward. I won't say aggressively, but in a reasonable amount of time. Thank you, Mayor.
I think that's a reasonable goal. We'll push for it.
Thank you. Did we open to public comments already? Speaker cards?
We have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, we'll take it back to council. Is there a motion?
Motion to withdraw.
There's a motion to withdraw. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. Thank you.
All right, we're going to move now to reports from city council members regarding their committees. Councilmember Perez,
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Burns.
I have nothing to report. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Resendez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did attend one committee meeting. It was the Intergovernmental Committee sometime last week. It was a special meeting. It might have been this week. Was it this week, Mr. Mayor? I think
Yes, it was.
Okay. It was
last week. Last week. Last
It
Thursday.
was last week. Yeah, today's Monday. I'm sorry. And it was good. We had some speakers that were talking about how we can be a little bit more environmentally friendly, and they're working with us and they're working with San Juan Bautista, they're working with the county, and they were excited to hear that this was one of the pillars that we're actually talking about on the general plan. So this is something it's a little bit new that a lot of cities are trying to work towards doing. And it was a good presentation. And then the other item was, I forget what the other item was. I don't remember off the top of my head. But then we just talked about future agenda items, and it was a relatively good meeting. Thank you.
Just to go back, we talked about environmental issues and that we could be solving with our general plan. And we also talked about the broadband.
Broadband, yes, that's
we're
true.
working towards. And that would conclude my report. So with that, we'll move now to item G2, informational reports from City Council. Councilmember Perez?
Yeah, I would, actually, I would like to adjourn in honor of all the fallen heroes. I was able to participate with law enforcement this week, and I don't know if anyone was able to see it online or anything, but when those sirens went off and the reading of the names, it was really emotional. And but not only do I want to close in honor of I would like to close in honor of the fallen heroes. I just also like to share my appreciation for all the present law enforcement, first responders, AMR, Highway Patrol, everybody out there that's helping to keep our community safe. Also, the Hollister community for Linda Lampe, are we going to agendize that? I'd like for that to be agendized to hear what she has to say. And Hollister community outreach. And I'm sure there's something else I'll remember tomorrow. But yeah, that's it. And thank you all the city staff for all that you do.
Thank you. Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a bit of a laundry list, so I'll try and be quick. So first of all, I would request that the city send out some staff to take a look at the landscape maintenance issues along the perimeter walls of Sunny Slope Village, Beverly, Fairview, Hillcrest, and on Sunny Slope down west of Clearview. The shrubs are overgrown on out into the sidewalk, and there's junk. I mean, I actually saw a couch cushion, I presume for somebody that may have lost it on the way to the dump, but we need some effort there. I actually walked it this last Saturday with one of the residents out there. Also, the red curbs on Beverly are in need of being repainted. They're in bad shape. I also would like for the city to evaluate the intersection of Valley View and Driftwood to see if it would make sense to put 2 more stop signs up that in that case would make it a 4-way intersection. I also think I'd like for the city to evaluate the need for an additional stop sign at Driftwood and Mimosa. As everybody knows, that area is under significant development right now with about 650 new residences that are going to be constructed. And ultimately, a lot of the roads that were not completed in earlier development are being completed now, so that's creating some real potential challenges. And there will be an increased amount of traffic at that park, and pedestrian and vehicle traffic, so I'd like to see that happen. I would like to have the Art and Culture Commission create a city flag and brand or a tagline. When I worked for the city of Visalia, Visalia was known as the gateway to the Sequoias. When I worked for the city of Spokane, we were recognized as near nature, near perfect, and I think there's some value to maybe putting that responsibility on that commission. I think that'd be good startup work for them to do. I have looked at potential traffic calming measures, Mayor, that we spoke about identifying 1 or more locations, and so at some point I'd be prepared to discuss those more in depth. I would ask that the council consider maybe a special meeting in July to do a study session on future development. I think that would be important. It would be a good launching point to where maybe, as we previously talked about, we would have a special meeting as needed for development to give developers the opportunity to speak to council as a whole, as opposed to in the past where it was usually done in one-on-one meetings. I want to thank LULAC and members of the community who contributed to the Marty Richmond Memorial Scholarship Fund. As a result of their participation, 4 students will be receiving a scholarship from the fund. You know, I want to wish my very best wishes to all of our graduating students. I wish you the very best. I would ask the city what the current status is on the ADA improvements that were scheduled for Clower Park off of Beverly. It's my understanding the equipment ordered was received in December. Apparently, the former project manager indicated that the work would be completed in April. And I would ask, Mayor, that you consider putting together a state of the city, maybe in July after we've moved forward with budget. I think that could be very helpful. And finally, I would support Councilmember Perez's request for having Ms. Lempe put on the agenda for a conversation about our homeless communities and ways we can help try and alleviate some of that problem. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one request from a constituent in District 4 who would like for us to consider discussing and writing a letter opposing an Assembly Bill 1316. It's an Assembly bill that's going to impact the choice of education that he has for his daughter. And I think he's pretty passionate about this. If I was hoping that Councilmember Burns could probably support me on just hearing the item and adding it to the next agenda. I believe it's going on the Assembly floor early June, so I'm hoping that we can get this on the very next agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to welcome our new business in town, Pokeball, opened this weekend. It is great dinner. If you haven't tried it, go give it a try. It's off of Airline and Park at the new shopping center. It's basically sushi in a bowl and very, very tasty. So welcome on board to everybody out there. Great job. Want to thank everyone at the city we finally got North Street open. So that's a big deal here. And it's we're going to be looking at having to deal with some of the increased traffic. Obviously, already people are speeding through it, but the first step is done, getting it open. So thank you, everyone involved in finally making that happen. City Manager, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. One thing that I have on my agenda, just so you know, we're getting real close to opening the dog park. In fact, I think we're trying to open probably I think it's June 12th. Yeah. So at 10. So we're close to that. We'll bring it back up at the next meeting. So more housekeeping, so I make sure I get the good direction. We've always kind of said in the past that just have a general consensus. You would like to have Linda Lampe on the next agenda. Can I get a consensus on that one?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
I'm a no.
A no to that. What is it we're trying to put onto the agenda? I mean, I wasn't very clear about that. Maybe that'd be helpful to understand.
I think my understanding and other conversations was some support for the services that she provides to the community.
Actually, you know what? I have a question also. I'm sorry to interrupt. Jason, so I volunteered for this program before. There's been no financial gain. But I have volunteered before. Is that a conflict?
For the program that Ms. Lampe is seeking council, presentation for the council for, is that what you're referring to,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Okay. Well, as I say every single time, if you think that there's any conflict, an actual conflict, or merely a perception and conflict, that I suggest that you recuse yourself. However, given that there's no financial interest involved, past, current, or prospective, I don't see a conflict.
Thank you.
So just to go back again, just so I'm clear on this, is this, I heard something about the homeless, and I'm not sure what funding, what are we talking about here?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not as interested in hearing about the funding ask as the services provided. And so I think the information could be helpful so that given future funding opportunities, we could take and consider funding if funding is available. But I think there'd be a benefit to hearing the presentation with no commitment and that being clearly defined for Ms. Lampe, that you know, I'm more than happy to have her come on board and talk to the council as a whole and maybe limit the presentation to 15 minutes. And so we all know homelessness is a challenge. We know last council meeting we earmarked a considerable amount of money to address homelessness. So it's something that we're committed to. And I just think it would be helpful to understand just simply what it is that they do. I mean, I did hear her ask, and to me, I don't know that there would be a problem if the city were to allow her to put furniture out in front of the secondhand store, providing it doesn't create a visual obstruction or pedestrian obstruction. But to better understand their operation, I think could be helpful to us moving forward, although I would not commit to any financial resources. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. I don't mind hearing a presentation. I do want to say, I want to make sure we stay focused on the services provided through the homeless shelter, but I don't mind hearing a presentation, and I would agree with you on that. And I think just for the other topic on there about the furniture, I think that was brought up before, and it was voted against at the time because of the rules we have in place for downtown area. But I don't mind hearing the presentation. I would say, let's, in the future, please limit it in presentations to no more than 10 minutes.
Wow. 10 minutes.
Okay, City Manager?
Okay, well, hopefully the next couple of presenters did not hear that because I told them 5 minutes.
Well,
so-
I'll take your recommendation. I'll move it to 5 minutes.
I second that.
All right, I think if there's a consensus, we'll go with the 5 minutes. I do agree, so thank you.
I definitely support that.
So I asked that, I mean, like I say, to be able to get it onto the next agenda, usually we have like 2.5 days. And because we're working with somebody outside the organization, I would ask that we put it, if we could have
No,
that
sir,
on the second
just
meeting.
to recap that, again, we had this conversation. When we're asking for something here, it would not go on to the next meeting. It would go on
Correct.
the meeting afterwards, so there's time to do it correctly.
Correct.
So-
The exception was if it's going to be when I get to Vice Mayor Resendez item, if it's more of an emergency or time sensitive. So the landscaping at Sunny Slope area, we've been discussing cleaning up the landscaping, so we will get on that right away. The red curbs, that's the same thing. We can definitely get those spruced up as that we could cause a issue with just upset citizens getting a ticket because they didn't see the red curb. Then the next thing was the Valley View Driftwood and Driftwood Mimosa. Do I have a consensus to bring that item back to the council for, as a item to discuss or approve?
Yeah. Does it need to come back to council though?
Or don't?
Yeah, because we will need funding to do the traffic study on that to see if it requires additional stop signs. One thing I
Okay.
would consider is, because the construction is going on right now, and you're not going to get a true study of potential traffic, you might want to wait until some more homes are done so that you see the effect of the additional traffic. Because right now it might not warrant the additional stop signs, but when the construction is done, it might warrant it.
City Manager, if you can maybe look back, you get the information as when the last traffic study was done there, then we could find out what the results were and how many homes in that area have been built since that point. I understand that area does get a lot of traffic, and unfortunately that area, especially that intersection, is very dangerous as people come around. I believe it's Driftwood pretty quickly, or Valley View, and they don't bother stopping. If we can look at, again, when the last survey was done, and maybe that'll help us with that information to decide. But the traffic studies are about 10,000 each, is that what?
11.
5 to 10,000?
11.
Yeah, about 11.
About 11,000 for each stop sign. So if you can help us with that information, then we can hopefully make a better decision.
Are you okay with that, Councilmember Burns?
Absolutely. I was
Okay.
also wondering if maybe we could get some enhanced enforcement through the police department out there, Chief, if there's an opportunity to take a close look at that. Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, we'll work on that too. Your item on the city flag with all the art and culture, you kind of stole my idea. I was already planning on that because
Ditto.
when we kept talking about a city flag, I'm like, we don't have one, but that'd be a perfect item for them as soon as they start meeting. So we will definitely work with that. Your special meeting on the development, just a reminder that council is dark in July, so we can either do it towards the end of, no celebrating yet. So we could do it towards the end of June or early August, if you would like.
I'm wide open to it.
Okay.
It's just something I think I would like to see move forward as we see more development projects come, and based on our ordinance that we just passed on conduct and ethics, and we talked about that, and so I'd like to move that forward so that we're prepared when that happens, and frankly, I think I could benefit from the education as well. Thank you.
Not a problem.
Sir, if I could recommend August, we're going to be getting an update about the general plan that would discuss some of the future growth in the city in June, I believe, late June. That'd be helpful to understand.
That works perfectly for me. I think that the timing makes perfect sense. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah. And then the ADA on Colorado Park, I understand we do have the equipment. The problem is the cement work part was not designed, so we were working on getting that design and going out to bid. Am I correct, Henry? Okay. So we will give you a better timeline as soon as we can. And then do I have consensus to bring forward, this would be on the next meeting, a letter showing non-approval to Assembly Bill 1316?
Yes.
Okay.
Fine with me.
Okay. And I'm guessing, Roland, you were the one that suggested, so I have consensus.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, and then the Mayor Poke Bowl, I tried to go there to lunch today, and the line was so long from all the good press that I had to go to Salad Works, and I guess I'm on a diet now. So yeah, it was very nice to see that they had a lot of patrons. That is all I have to report.
Thank you, sir. City Attorney?
Thank you. No statement, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. As Councilmember Rick Bettis just recently mentioned, last week was Peace Officer Memorial Day on Saturday, and on Friday, we did have an event at noon where we had representation from all the peace officers that operate in the county of San Benito. We were grateful to have a big turnout for that, and the 18 names of the peace officers that died in the line of duty last year in 2020 were read out. However, recently, last week, we had 2 peace officers in California that were killed in the line of duty, and it was San Luis Obispo Detective Luca Benedetti, and in Stockton, police officer Jimmy In. And so it's been a really bad week for us. I just wanted to mention that and thank Councilmember Perez for coming out, and all the people who also came out on Friday to join us in setting aside just one moment of time to recognize their sacrifice. And another thing I wanted to share with the council is we haven't had an annual report from the police department for decades. It seems, I don't remember if we ever done one before, and it just kind of slips through the cracks with, with the staff that we have. Everyone has their duties and stuff, and something like this has been a collateral duty in the past. So I do have a sneak peek of our annual report, and I have copies here for the council, and we'll make sure that you get a copy, Mr. Mayor and Vice Mayor. But besides the traditional statistics that these annual reports have, it also shows you all the staff, the work, explains a little bit about all their support staff and the things that they do. And I think it's really important that the community sees this, and our goal to be as transparent as possible. But this is going to be the first report that we've ever had, at least 20 years, I think. And so this will be here. And we're going to make it available, hopefully by the end of the week, to be downloaded on the website, PDF. So we're not going to make a lot of copies of it. We're just going to make it available by electronic means. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. City Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to just update council that I will be bringing forth to the June 7th City Council meeting a resolution calling for a special election to fill the District 3 vacancy. I'm still uncertain, as is the county, on whether or not we can consolidate. And the issue arises because they will not hold an election if there's, everything is right today, they have no reason to hold an election themselves November 2nd, so we cannot consolidate because they don't have one scheduled. So it would be a standalone for us. And we have no statute that I can find that says that I can put in a caveat that says if we do have one, if they do end up having one, that we can consolidate then. However, I think we have found, I spoke with the county today, and there is an election code that I might be able to use to consolidate later on, but it would have to be like quick. There's like a certain amount of days you can do something like that. So nonetheless, I wanted to let you know that I'll at least be doing the resolution to call the election and the resolution to request the Board of Supervisors of the San Benito County conduct the election. And then we will do a press release, we will post on social media, and we will put it on our website as well. Yep, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, before we move to item G3, why don't we take our break? We'll take a 10-minute break and come back at 8:55. Okay, we all back?
We are all back, Mr. Mayor, ready to go?
All right, we'll start now with item G3.
Thank you, Mayor. We have Monica, a student intern with Integrated Waste, to discuss with us the single-use plastic reduction or a potential ordinance to limit the single-use plastic. Sorry, it's not rolling off my tongue today.
Selena Stotler? Selena, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Selena Stotler. I'm the Integrated Waste Management Staff Analyst. Thank you for having us today. A little background. The Integrated Waste Management Regional Agency was formed under a joint powers agreement between the two cities and the county in 1995, as Kathleen stated prior, for a unified effort to reduce the amount of solid waste disposed in our region. Our division, housed within the county's Resource Management Agency department, staffs our regional agency's source reduction and recycling programs and contracts. Today, we have Monica Bonce, our Integrated Waste Management intern, presenting to you regarding plastic pollution and sustainable foodware and retail bag ordinances that reduce single-use plastics. Over the past 2 years, our staff has worked closely with the City of San Juan Bautista and their businesses, as well as Recology, our regional franchised hauler, in developing a sustainable foodware and retail bag ordinance. We hope today's presentation sparks motivation for the city to move forward in a similar ordinance with our assistance. I'm going to hand it off now to Monica, but happy to answer any questions at the end of her presentation. Thank you.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi, so my name is Monica Bonce. I've been pretty much a lifelong resident of Hollister. I actually just graduated with my bachelor's from American University with environmental science. And I was doing it from home this past semester, interning with Integrated Waste Management. And this was my capstone project, and now I'm finally presenting it to you guys. So I'll be talking about the effects of plastic pollution and how we can reduce it in Hollister with a potential sustainable foodware ordinance. I don't know who's in charge of the slides, but they can go to the next one. Okay, so just a couple of quick facts on plastic and plastic pollution. So as of right now, with current plastic production, by 2050, there will be more plastic than fish in the ocean. There's also, in the past decade, there's been more plastic produced than was produced in the entire last century. Also, most single-use plastic, which is what is mainly being produced, is not recyclable. And when it is, it can only be recycled 1 to 3 times. And even, plastic, it's very convenient, but we only use it for a couple of hours, sometimes even a couple of minutes, and then it ends up staying in our environment forever. And as of right now, with the current plastic pollution that we have, people are consuming about 5 grams of plastic weekly, which, just to put it in perspective, comes out to being the similar weight of a credit card. So a more specific problem with plastic pollution are microplastics. Microplastics are small pieces of plastic that are about 5 millimeters or less in size, and they're organized into 2 main categories. So primary microplastics, which are plastics that are purposely manufactured to be that size, being like the microbeads that we see in face washes and stuff like that. And then secondary plastics, which are plastics that are originally bigger and then break down into much smaller pieces, as we can see in the pictures on the slide. So benefits of reducing our plastic pollution in Hollister are a lot. As mentioned earlier, I was the 2040 General Plan for Hollister. I was able to attend some of those meetings. And I know some of the goals are to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So passing this type of ordinance would assist in that, and just in general have becoming a more sustainable city. It would reduce our litter. Nobody wants to see trash around. So, you know, having less plastic available would obviously reduce that. It would also just encourage the community to live a more sustainable lifestyle. It would set the right tone for that. And it would also end up saving businesses money in the long run. And more than anything, it would, and also would provide better dining aesthetics, being like, you know, instead of having a plastic or a paper plate, you would have an actual plate when you're dining in, which is, you know, obviously nicer. So larger reasons, more broader reasons why it's also important. Our pollution doesn't just affect our city. It would eventually lead into the Monterey Bay and become a threat to all marine life. It's also taking up resources, not only for production, but also taking up space in our landfills. And it's also become a really serious concern for human health. As I said earlier, we're consuming a lot of it, and there hasn't been a lot of studies done on the long-term effects of this. So here I have some pictures from a couple of restaurants downtown with a lot of plastic being used, and even though it's for dine-in. On the left, we have, you know, obviously the plastic cup and the straws, and on the right, we have the fork and the knife in the package, as well as the plastic cup. A lot of the times, these products are handed to you even though you don't necessarily ask for it or use it, especially in the packages. You know, you don't always need to use a fork, knife, and spoon, especially if you're dining in. So this is just a good example of how a lot of the times it's not even necessarily the best option. It's just kind of handed to you without being asked. We can go to the next slide. So what can we do to reduce our waste? Passing a sustainable foodware and plastic bag ordinance is a great step. It would limit the amount of waste produced and just in general help us become a more sustainable city. So there's already been a lot of action taken around our area, Watsonville, Santa Cruz, Monterey, Salinas, Seaside, San Juan Bautista, and Morgan Hill have all passed ordinances to work towards reducing their pollution. So I think it would be a great idea if we also joined in and did our part. You can go to the next slide. So I have included a couple examples from Watsonville, Santa Cruz, and San Juan, just to kind of give an idea of what they've done. Watsonville and Santa Cruz have two, and they're both pretty similar. The first one they passed mainly dealt with plastic bags, so they pretty much banned plastic bags, even the thick ones that California requires. And so now they're only allowed to use paper bags made of 40% recycled material, and they require a fee every time you use one. And then the second ordinance for both of them mainly dealt with takeout containers and just foodware. So everything is required to be biodegradable or compostable. And then they both also charge for single-use cups. I know Watsonville, as of right now, hasn't implemented this yet just because of COVID restrictions and everything, but they do plan on working it back in. And then more recently, San Juan Bautista passed one that kind of deals with both. So they prohibit the use of styrofoam, plastic straws, unless it's specifically requested. And foodware that is for takeout has to be recyclable and compostable. If it's dine-in, it has to be reusable. And they also prohibit single-use plastic bags. I was able to kind of learn a little bit more on this working with integrated waste management. But if you guys have any more specific questions for San Juan Bautista, I know Selena can probably answer them better than I can. So my recommendations for this ordinance would have three main areas. It would include plastic carryout bags, plastic and styrofoam foodware, and would also include a single-use cup fee. So my recommendation or idea was to do more of a phased approach, just because I feel like it would be a lot easier for businesses to kind of slowly get into this as opposed to just doing it all at once. So phase one would be the plastic carryout bags. So it would prohibit all plastic bags and require them to be paper made of at least 40% recycled material, and then there would be a mandatory 10-cent fee per bag. Phase 2 would deal with plastic and styrofoam foodware. So it would prohibit the use of foodware cups that do not meet the BPI compostable or biodegradable standards, and straws would not be provided unless specifically requested. And then for the third phase, it would deal just with like beverages. So every time you do a single-use cup, you would be charged a 10-cent fee, and the cup used would have to meet BPI standards for biodegradable. So implementing something like this could also be a great way to encourage businesses to become a part of the Green Business Program, which also offers a lot of benefits. Again, for that specific program, I personally don't know too much. I've been able to learn a little bit through the internship, but Selena would probably be best to ask. And that is all I have. Thank you for listening. If anyone has any questions or comments.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there any, maybe we can take the presentation down. Is there any questions or comments from council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I just want to say a couple things. Number one, Monica, congratulations on getting your bachelor's. That's a huge accomplishment. You and your family should be very proud. And not to make it about myself, but a few years ago, my partner and I also presented our capstone projects to the city of Hollister, which was adopted. So I'm excited to see somebody else that's doing that. I haven't seen that since I've been on the council. Having said that, I know that our youth council was working on an ordinance like this. However, COVID happened and then they had to stop. They are meeting this, what is it, on 5/20. Again, I'm just confused about the date. So that's probably a few days from now at 6 p.m. You probably should go and talk to them so that you guys could be on the same page and let them know what you're working on. I think it was a very good presentation. I love that you compared what was going on with the other cities. I certainly support it. Maybe the staff can get you the information for the youth council meeting. And then I do like the idea of adopting it or implementing it as phases, but I'd like to adopt it as such when we see it, because my fear is that we start with one phase and then we don't follow through. So we can make, I like the idea of phases, but I would like to adopt it as such and make sure that we follow through with them. So again, thank you. This was great. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions or comments from council?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you. Monica, I too support this 100%. I like what the Vice Mayor has said, and again, congratulations. I do have a couple of questions. The first being, with the 10 cents that people are charged for the plastic bag when they want one or take one, or a cup, is there a special fund that they take and use that money for something productive, or does that just go into the general reserves of the business that has provided the plastic cup or bag?
Well, I know in some instances, like for example, if you're trying to purchase like more compostable items, they tend to be a little bit more expensive, so the charge could go towards purchasing those items.
Okay. I guess my second question is, in your research of preferably maybe San Juan Bautista would be a great launching point in my opinion, but even the other jurisdictions, in regards to San Juan Bautista, did you reach out to the San Benito Chamber of Commerce to see what their thoughts were, or did you reach out to the Hollister Downtown Association, or maybe on a more global basis, maybe the United Grocers Association, to see if they are supportive of ordinances like this?
I have not. I started this actually in the fall, and I reached out. I wasn't sure who to reach out to, but I called, I think the city office, and then they recommended me to contact Integrated Waste Management.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate your work.
Hi, this is Selena. May I make a comment regarding Councilman Burns' question about two things? The the fee in San Juan Bautista, they're charging a 25-cent charge for the plastic bag, and that is the business can decide to use that to offset the cost of if paper bags are more expensive, so that can be used for the cup, if that's included in the ordinance. And then for your other question about reaching out to the different business associations, when working with San Juan Bautista, we were working with their local business group, as well as surveying all of the businesses. And they actually worked with the the Sustainable Communities student group from CSUMB, and they were surveying the businesses for us.
Great, thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it, and I support this 100%. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments from council?
Yeah, I got a couple of each. The awesome
Mr. Perez?
presentation, information was great. Love that you're thinking about our community, our world, in fact. But my questions were also on the 10 cents and 25 cents charges. On the cups, I don't really see a big issue with charging. It's I don't know. You know, with these days and times, you know, money's getting tighter. Food is more expensive. But at the same time, there's alternatives that we can do instead of having to pay 10 cents a bag. You know, carry a bag in, reusable bags. This is a great thing. I'm glad to see that you brought this to Hollister and to San Benito County. And good job. Good job. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor? Ryan Okrent? Ryan, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, we can.
First, I want to thank Mr. Mayor, the City Council, and our City Manager. I appreciate everything you guys are doing. I know it's very difficult with the drastic political climate changes on a daily basis with what's going on. I'd also like to second Vice Mayor's comment, and congratulations to Monica on her bachelor's, and as well as presenting her presentation here to the City Council. I'm definitely a proponent of an ordinance like this. I've lived in communities from Santa Cruz to South Florida and have seen how they can definitely make a great impact. I studied business management economics at University of Santa Cruz, graduated 2010. During my courses there, I studied environmental economics. And if we don't take action now, our future generations are going to be put in a position where action can no longer be taken. I'm the executive director of an animal rescue, and I personally have been in situations where I've rescued wildlife that have been entangled in plastic single-use disposable containers, which required expert knowledge to be able to extract them from such plastic devices to be able to allow them to live freely. So it's not only impacting our wildlife, it's also impacting our water table, just purely the beautification. You know, as a new resident of Hollister, California, I've been here 2.5 months roughly, and there's single-use plastic all over. And we just spent last weekend with the Litter Project and the AVID group from San Benito High School, picking up litter all across San Felipe from the airport down to the food bank. And a lot of it is single-use plastic bags, plastic utensils and such. And so I believe that an ordinance, as Monica has presented, is definitely needed in Hollister and can make a large impact for our generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Peter Hernandez? Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I'm just calling as a business owner and from the perspective of business, to a certain extent, a little bit disappointed that I don't think that we really had the opportunity to weigh this in and the implications of what it means as a business. So, you know, to a certain extent, it's not as simple as just, hey, let's just add this cost onto, because there's also issues of supply, right? There's availability and the costs that are associated with it. To a certain extent, this is one of the things that's kind of has always worked me when it comes to government is there's an idea, but then ultimately it's the consumer or the public that pays for it. we're all, I know for me, especially, I know Selena, and I've talked to her working with my business on what it means to apply some kind of a process to try to, we're all on board on preserving the environment, making sure we don't have plastics polluting the waterways. I know that that's a big impact on the river. We're not disagreeing with that. It's just the process and the practicality of that process. That's always been the biggest issue, is what does that actually mean? I know that when I fleshed out what it meant to actually make sure that my customers were putting garbage in the garbage receptacle and putting plastics in the recycling, it's just not, I pretty much would have had to hire somebody to manage my consumers and say, hey, you need to basically babysit my consumers. And I would have to tell them, please do not put garbage here or plastic here. Please make sure you put the garbage in the right bin. So there's a lot of more technical elements to what this means. And I know for me, I still haven't had that problem solved. And I know that it's been, Wahid will come and train your staff. We've had very little, back and forth with waste management. So there just really hasn't been a practical outcome. And to me, it just seems like to a certain extent, you want a solution, but you're excluding the businesses from the solution. I don't understand how that even makes sense, right? Because don't you need the buy-in to make sure that this process actually works out in a way that's practical and ultimately that has the outcome that you want, right? So, yeah, I mean, in general, council, I really encourage you to bring the business community into this conversation, since they're the ones that are going to have to do this. I don't think it's a good idea to just come up with an idea and then not involve the very folks that are supposed to apply this process. With the cost and all, it sounds like it's a good idea, but I know when it comes down to me charging extra 25 cents for a garbage bag, it assumes that actually that there's plastic cups, which I actually just looked at my distributor right now. They have an online portal and there was no availability for renewable cups. So maybe there's other distributors, but it's not that simple. I know for me, I like to use one distributor. It just simplifies the process. It lowers my own cost and my margins. So there's a lot more variables involved. I'm just telling you to please consider it. Now, I'm not saying to scrap it. I'm just saying is come up with a practical way, and maybe the government should help pay for it. Those are my thoughts, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there any other questions or comments from council? All right, thank you. Ms. Abonce, I do have a question for you. And again, congratulations to you. What have you looked, or maybe you can give us an update of the state requirements? I thought the plastic straws had been banned. Matter of fact, I think it came from one of our students here in Hollister that was successful in trying to change the straws usage here, so they're disposable or they're at least recyclable. They're not the plastic. Also, what is the state requirements currently on the plastic bags and the cups? And would you have other resources for example, the cups, the plastic cups, clear cups? A lot of restaurants now with the to-go orders have the clear cups wrapped so they can go off and not spill with the covers they have. What alternatives are there? Can you present that to us also?
I don't have the information on hand for the straws. I know for the bags, California requires them to be 2.25 milliliters thick for the plastic bags.
But it requires to have a fee right now, correct?
Yes. There also has to be a fee for the plastic bags. And then for the cups, I also don't have the information. I think Selena might be better to ask. I know she's a lot more involved with the San Juan ordinance than I am.
Well, rather than get an answer today, I think the Vice Mayor had a good recommendation to work with the Youth Council. Maybe some of those questions can be answered and you guys can come back and do a presentation about the proposed ordinance reflecting some of those issues that are out there and some of the input from the businesses so we can get a better ordinance drafted when it does come forward. Would that be all right with you?
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments from council? Thank you again for your presentation. We will now move to item G4.
Thank you, Mayor. So we have Robert Singleton from Bird. Their presentation is going to be on micro-mobility and within Hollister. And what they would like to do is give a presentation on a potential pilot program within the cities. So if you can bring up Mr. Singleton.
Hi there. Can you folks hear me? Yes. Great. I will try and be as quick as possible. I know it's been a long meeting, and I was definitely on when you were talking about the presentations being limited to 5 minutes. So I want to be respectful of that. My name is Robert Singleton. I'm the Government Partnerships Manager for Bird, and I cover the Central Coast of California, all of the Pacific Northwest, and the Rockies regions. Some of you, I may have worked with you in the past because previously I was the Executive Director of the Santa Cruz County Business Council. So next slide, please. So a little bit about Bird. For those of you who are unfamiliar, we are a micromobility company founded in 2017 in Santa Monica, and our mission is to make cities more livable by reducing car trips, traffic, and carbon emissions. And we do that by providing an on-demand fleet of scooters, bikes, and adaptable vehicles for folks with disabilities, which can be rented through an app on your phone and through docking mechanisms with the government partners that we work with. Next slide. So really what we're all about is reducing car trips. And so we're very happy with looking at kind of the state of the micromobility industry as it is right now with bike and scooter share. Roughly 1/3 of all Bird trips replace a car trip. Roughly every one of our scooters or bikes log off 3 rides a day with an average distance of around 1.2 miles. This is really important because that is kind of the distance right where it becomes more accessible to utilize one of these vehicles and more convenient. And so that's where you're starting to get that sweet spot of replacing car trips. Things like going to and from the grocery store, getting a quick item from a convenience store or something like that, or just going on a quick trip around town. We also partner with our government communities to do revenue sharing. So we pay an upfront permitting fee for operations within the jurisdictions that we partner with, and we do a per ride fee that we then share with local jurisdictions. And this fee can be utilized for whatever the city would like. We have done in other areas like San Jose, where we've actually used it as a dedicated fee for more bike lanes so that the infrastructure helps create more demand, which then takes more cars off the road, which helps fund more infrastructure. And it's just a glorious self-reinforcing process. And then we also work with our cities to provide a data dashboard. So you can track the entire fleet locally, see kind of where your transportation hotspots are, see where the scooters are being parked, and hopefully refine your policies and transportation plans to better meet that demand. Next slide. Another thing we do now is we actually hire local fleet managers within the communities we serve. And so typically we'll hire a couple of fleet managers for a city the size of Hollister. There might be 2 or 3 folks who we then license out a small micro fleet of scooters to. And so these on the ground folks have that local knowledge that can tell you where scooters are being parked and where's the best place to put those. They can help optimize so that you're actually meeting that demand in real time. And because of their local knowledge, they can, and their on the ground know-how, they can respond to complaints about improperly parked vehicles or blocking the public right of way in really quick times now. So next slide. So really what I'd like to bring with you tonight is just the idea of pursuing a pilot program in the city of Hollister. And so we would work with you and your staff to identify the core transportation zones that you would want to have, the key thoroughfares, also the no park zones, the no ride zones, or the slow ride zones, depending on, kind of where you want to see people utilizing these types of vehicles. Next slide, please. We would want to, start with a small fleet, hire some folks, get some feedback, see how the operators are able to manage that fleet. And then based upon the data and, whether or not we're replacing car trips or where the main trips are taking place to and from, we can help optimize and then, hopefully inform some future decisions. Next slide. So I'll kind of just leave it here because, again, I want to be super respectful of your time. And I imagine most of you are probably familiar with the kind of offerings that we do. But the core thing about a pilot program would be to do a proof of concept and then take the lessons learned and then reapply it for a larger program, but perhaps down the road. And then my last slide that I'll go over today, if you could switch to the next one. Actually, one more after this. This shows how much, the last graph, which shows how much of the micromobility industry is really changing towards scooters. Scooters tend to be a lot easier to deploy. They're cheaper to maintain. They're easy to restore. And because of all those things, they help to generate more revenue, and they can be self-sustaining without any public subsidy. And that's actually why we're able to do the revenue sharing we do, unlike dockless bike share programs. Next slide, please. So these are the kinds of things that we would be hoping to answer and hoping to work with the jurisdiction, with the city to help answer these questions for a future program. Again, this is about fleet sizing, the number of operators you might want to have, the kinds of data you would want to use to inform future policy, how we'd park the vehicles, and of course, we'd work with you to do a series of community workshops and do some other outreach to make sure that folks in the community know how to safely ride these vehicles, how to safely park them, how to not utilize or how to not take up space in the public right of way, and that they feel comfortable and have community buy-in about the goals of the program. So I'll just leave it there and have open it up for questions if any of you all have any. The recommendation that your staff put before you today is just to receive this presentation, so I don't want to get overly ambitious, but I would like to work more with the city manager's office and Public Works to help refine what a pilot program might look like, perhaps when I come back to council in the future. So with that, if there's any questions, happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions from council?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns. I know you want to line up and get on one of those, don't you?
Yeah, I think my days have passed, but thank you. But actually, it kind of is a good segue into one of the couple of questions I have. So, sir, do you guys have any data as it relates to the number of accidents that the scooters are involved in and at fault information, and maybe increased visits to local hospitals as a result of collisions?
Yeah, so the data depends a lot depending on what city you're in and the availability of infrastructure. What we've seen with peer-reviewed studies, and I'm happy to send some of these after the presentation, is that riding an e-scooter is no more unsafe than riding an e-bike or a bike. And so the same threats to your safety that would affect you on a bicycle would affect you on a scooter. So we obviously advocate for greater use of protected bike lanes and having, more delineated spaces for these vehicles. But, in terms of the actual per collisions and at fault, it's pretty much the same as bike ridership.
Thank you. Do you require that a rider wear a protective helmet to ride, or do you provide those? And does a rider waive their liability of the company and the cities that they're in for injuries? Because often if you make a trip to a hospital, it's going to be very expensive, and my sense is a lot of the people riding these might not have the insurance to necessarily cover that trip.
Yes, so we do waive the city and Bird are not held liable for accidents where the rider was not at fault, or the rider was taking egregious behavior, or if they're not at fault and someone with a car were to strike them. So the city and company are not liable for that. We do require helmets for all riders, and we do require that they be over the age of 18. And so oftentimes if you're downloading the app for the first time, we require you to take a picture with you in a helmet, and we require you verify your identification, usually with a government ID.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
I got a couple questions.
Go ahead, sir.
So, actually, I guess the word would be bird is the word.
Yes,
I had to say that. I just had to say that. Bird is the
I know.
word.
Great.
So I noticed that, a lot of the data sharing stuff and the information you had was on larger cities. Is there anything on smaller cities, like beautiful cities like Hollister?
Absolutely. So because of the economies of scale now and the way in which the industry has grown, we have an entire division focused on medium to small size cities. So everything from I think we have a city in Utah named Vernal that has about 9,000 people. So we have because of the fleet manager model and the being able to license out these smaller fleets of scooters, we can definitely serve pretty much communities of any size.
I guess my biggest concern was, safety, of course, but also it's just seeing them laying dead birds all over the place.
Yeah, we've been we've refined the technology a lot, and so we have clear, defined no park zones now, where you can't leave the scooter there without having an alarm go off and having your phone constantly blow up. So there's a user part that is a very much a motivating factor for them not wanting to park or leave the scooter in certain locations. Plus, also with the smaller fleet manager model, we have folks who are going to be on the ground in your city who can respond to improperly parked vehicles or blockages in the public right of way pretty much within 15 to 30 minutes. So that's the average time now for the smaller fleets.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions, comments from council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, a lot of the same concerns that the other council members brought up. I'm just wondering about causing blight, like they're just laying around. So are you gonna actually have like parking stations and they need to return it to the station at charge?
We can do both models. So we can do 100% docked. We can do hybrid dock, where you have like the high traffic areas where you'd really want to avoid, scooters blocking places where they would have to park in certain docks. But you could also have what we call like a floating model for certain areas. But either way, we would want to make sure that there's a really solid line of communication between the fleet managers and members of the city, particularly in public works, who could respond to these kinds of complaints. And we'd want to just make sure that there's very clear communications and guidelines about where people can park, and we'd work with other community organizations on the ground as well as the city to make sure we're doing community education around not improperly parking vehicles in the public right of way. It is the most common concern we get, so we have tailored a lot of our operations to address it.
Okay, and then what about people stealing them?
So theft has been a problem in some of our earlier models, but now we have, so one of the beautiful things about Bird as an operator is we design all of our vehicles in-house. So it's really hard to get into a Bird unless you have the custom proprietary tools that we and our fleet managers utilize to open them up and maintain them. So it would be, and plus we also have the technology so that anytime a scooter moves out of a small defined geofence and there's no ride associated with it, not only does our operations get pinged, but our fleet managers get pinged immediately. And they are very financially motivated to not want one of their vehicles to be stolen or moving without a ride associated with it. So we've just kind of like streamlined our response to those kinds of issues. And it's really, really difficult to get into a Bird for the valuable parts that someone might be wanting to steal it for.
Okay, then my last question is what does a fleet look like for your pilot? How many are you proposing?
So for the city of Hollister, it would totally vary based upon, the kind of feedback and values that you guys would give us. For the city of your size, I would say having a fleet of between 75 and 100 to start with would be pretty easy to maintain, and we could either reduce that or increase that depending on some criteria that you could set beforehand.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So Mr. Singleton, I have a few questions for you also. By the way, I have tried your service in different cities. I'm glad to hear that the helmet's required. But I do, going back to Mr. Burns, Councilmember Burns pointed out the liability issue, and I'm concerned about that also. If somebody's riding their scooter, one of the scooters down the road, and there's let's just call it's a pothole. They hit the pothole, then the city becomes liable. Or how has your company handled that in the past?
So I don't want to give you wrong information. I have not seen a case study where a rider has been able to sue a local jurisdiction or a municipality for improperly maintained like streets. And we specifically encourage people not to ride on sidewalks, and we have sidewalk detection unless the city would like that for certain cities that have really wide sidewalks or right-of-ways. But we've not seen a case where a city has been held liable for civil damages because of the user agreement that Bird users essentially enter into when they download the app and when they sign up to utilize the scooters. So we operate in 160 cities worldwide across 3 continents, and I don't think there's any instance in which someone using our products has been able to hold a city liable for something like that because of the nature of the terms that they are agreeing to by downloading and utilizing the service.
Thank you. The other question, we're going back to a smaller community, suburb, basically. You talked about using it to go get groceries, but how does one get the vehicle to make their way to the grocery store and then back and then just park it in front of their home, or how does that work?
So this is largely up to how you would want to design the program. Probably a hybrid model where you would have the high frequency areas with some docking stations. So if you have like, a community college campus or a grocery store, or, just in the downtown during, say, farmers market, you'd expect a lot of people to be there. But we also have the floating model where, the biggest reason that people replace car trips or return back to single occupancy vehicles is because of the accessibility component. So the way we track this is through what we call dry opens, where someone would open the app, look around their neighborhood to see if there's a vehicle near them, and if there's not one, then they're going to go ahead and take the alternative form of transportation, usually a car, but in some cases walking or transit. But if there is a vehicle in them, they're going to go ahead and elect to take that. And so you can actually track that, and we can actually provide a data dashboard where you can see every single dry open in your whole jurisdiction. And then hopefully by working with the fleet managers on the ground, make sure that we can have areas, have vehicles in areas where they're likely to be used. But it really is about having a little bit of a floating component to the fleet, so that people are looking around their near proximity, so that can be the replacement vehicle they would use instead of the normal mode of transportation.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Any other questions from council?
What is the top speed on those?
So we can actually limit the speed depending on what your requests and values would want to be. So we can have slow zone areas. Typically, those are between 5 and 8 miles an hour, and those would be like high pedestrian traffic areas where you don't want people running into pedestrians with scooters. On the open road, we usually have them capped at 15 miles an hour, and we expect people to ride them in the bike lane. But the top speed for the actual functional is 20 miles an hour, but we only have that in a couple of jurisdictions where they have like long, like separated contiguous bike paths where they're not going to be, interacting with a lot of pedestrians or cars.
And how often, how long do you have usually your test pilots in action?
So they vary. For a city the size of Hollister, I would say over this summer, we're going to see a resurgent summer here. We're already seeing ridership breaking all of our pre-COVID records on a per vehicle basis. So this over the summer period, so about like 3-4 months would be a good ideal pilot to get a ton of good data, which you could then use to plan for like a larger scale program, perhaps for next summer. Though Hollister has, we're fortunate enough here in the Central Coast to have pretty good weather year round, so we aren't super limited in the winter. We will see some kind of, decline in ridership, but it won't be as significant as, say, in areas like Utah or Colorado or Seattle, where you have really inclement weather.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, how does the council feel? Well, let's go to public comment first. Do we have any speakers?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
All right, how does the council feel? Is there a consensus to allow the city manager to continue discussions, or?
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns, I would certainly support the city manager having a follow-up conversation.
Okay, is that the consensus of the council?
Yes.
Yes, I'm all right with that also. So, city manager, I believe there's a consensus there.
Not a problem. Just for the council's benefit, one of the main concerns is the liability. So that's one thing I'll be working with our risk pool and with Bird to make sure that we have that covered. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, we'll move now to item G5.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, item G5 is license transfer for La Rumba nightclub. It was brought to the council last month. The ownership of La Rumba is in transition, and when that happens, there's an opportunity to add additional conditions to an establishment like this to their on-sale beer and wine license type that they have. We had recommended following conditions to be added to the license as part of the transfer of the new owners. Number one being adequate outdoor lighting to illuminate the front door and outdoor parking areas during hours of darkness. Number two is surveillance cameras that sufficiently record the front sidewalk, door entries, and parking lot areas. And the camera should be operational at all times, recording all times of the footage and the footage be made available to police if there is a criminal investigation. And the third was designated security personnel that would check the identification for patrons entering the establishment. When this was presented last month, Mr. Mayor, you requested that we look into the possibility of the establishment having a condition of having a kitchen or having food prepared or have food brought in to be served. We looked into that matter. The establishment is extremely small. It's very limited on their space that they have, and there wouldn't be enough space to add a kitchen to the establishment. And it would also make the bringing in of food problematic, and the health department might not approve of something of this sort if there is an adequate space for the food, if it's not food preparation, for the food to be made available to be presented to the establishment. Therefore, staff requests that the council provide direction regarding how to proceed with this ABC license transfer, and requests of the new owners of La Rumba, and recommends that the above conditions be tied to any approval transfer for public safety. You have any questions?
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, have you had a conversation with our fire department to make sure that there's adequate egress and ingress? And are they consistently staying within their occupancy permitted numbers?
We haven't had the discussion with the fire department in regards to that. They have been up to this time outside. They currently have an outside area where they're serving their clientele. Assuming that's going to end soon with the restrictions as they reduce. I do not have any reports of them being over capacity from our department. The issues that we've had are consistent with some fights, recent stabbing a couple months ago, and the conditions that we requested were along the lines of the problems that we're having there. It's not that it's oversaturated or a lot of people in there. It's just that we've had people that are underage at that establishment, and we've had fights that have happened, and there's not adequate, there's good surveillance cameras inside, but not outside.
Chief, periodically, do your officers perform unannounced bar checks or walkthroughs?
Yes, we do that with that establishment as well as the other bars in the downtown area.
Thank you. I guess, Mayor, my final question would be maybe for Mr. Prado. Sir, do you know is this business in compliance with their conditional use permit?
Thank you, Councilmember Tim. So the establishment for an establishment that serves alcohol does require to have a conditional use permit per our zoning code, if unless there is a food that if the primary use is food and the bar is just associated with it, then it doesn't require a conditional use permit. If there is going to be the majority of the service going to be alcohol, then it would require a conditional use permit. However, this use has been an existing use, and so therefore is essentially would be considered non-conforming. So it can proceed, but it's just non-conforming at this time.
So with the transfer of the ownership of the business, would that not be an opportunity to then create a conditional use permit that we could then use to regulate their business to ensure that they're in compliance and limit the challenges our police and fire department may face?
That's a really good question, Councilmember Tim. The conditional, normally when a conditional use permit is issued, it runs with the property. In this case, because the use continues, if it's a non-conforming use, off the top of my head, the non-conforming land use ordinance indicates that unless there's a time, I think it's 180 days where the use ceases, then when it comes back, then it would have to comply with the current standards. But as long as the use continues or is substantially the same, then it can continue its non-conforming use.
Thank you, Mr. Prado. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? I have a question for the attorney, and Chief, maybe you can jump in on this conversation. The issue, as you pointed out, several calls to your agency due to fights and different issues happening. Is there a way we could, and we talked about this in the past, after so many calls, basically pointed out as a nuisance and business, and every call after that was a charge? Is that something that we can do?
I'm not sure which one of us is going to answer that, Chief. I would just say, Mr. Mayor, that yes, there is, and there are procedures for that. I don't recall what our municipal code or the state code says off the top of my head regarding that, but that is an option.
I really would like to see what we can do on that, not only for this business, but all businesses, and actually some of our residents that we have multiple calls to over and over. I said many times, if we have to go to the same house or same business 3 times in a year, it's time to start charging, because it takes up the resources of our community. It's not fair to our other residents. So if we could do something like that, then I'd be more in favor of approving this. Any other questions or comments from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
What is the recommendation from council members? Would you like more time to see if the city attorney can look at some of the nuisance laws that we can implement?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, is this time sensitive? Is this something that we need to do soon, or is this something that we could do more research on?
I don't know exactly the time, but I think there is, ABC is waiting for us to make a decision to follow through with the transfer or not. They will follow our guidelines, so any conditions that you add, they will mimic that. They will add those as well. But other than that, I don't know of any other time element conditions or that we need to make those decisions on.
Thank you, Chief. Mayor, I would support moving forward with approving it based on what the chief has said, and personally knowing of at least 2 or 3 jurisdictions that have exactly ordinances that you're talking about, that I can certainly refer to our attorney, although they are charter cities. So I don't know how that would be applicable versus a general law city such as we are, but I'm comfortable knowing those exist, and I too am very supportive of the cost recovery and holding people responsible when they are unnecessarily or excessively using our resources. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. So that would not have to be a condition of the approval, but we could have that ordinance in place in the city is what you're saying as we move that forward.
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
All right. Go ahead.
If I may add, just for your general knowledge, any violations of whenever we respond to a bar or a place that sells alcohol and there's a crime that's occurred and has anything to do with the rules regulating the consumption and the sale of alcohol, those reports, copies of those reports are forwarded to ABC. So Alcohol Beverage Control gets copies of those reports, and if there's an ongoing consistent problem with the establishments, that allows ABC to suspend the license for a time being and or revoke the license. And we've consistently been doing that. And La Rumba, I brought up a few cases that we've been there, but it's not anymore at this point than we've been to the other bars that are downtown that have been established there for a long time. But we will continue to forward any reports that we have with these establishments where the staff or the owners of the bar are not following their guidelines. We will continue to report that to ABC. And we will, you are correct that we have an ordinance of a nuisance ordinance, and if that continues to be a problem too, we'll seek those avenues as well, along with code enforcement.
Thank you. Yeah, again, I'm not singling out this location, but what I'd like to do, and hopefully have the support here, is start really enforcing those nuisance laws, and have a number of, after 3 calls, people are charged for those calls, because I think, I'm sure you can agree to this, many of your calls are to the same location. So, our job is to provide a safer and better community, not to babysit those that want to keep causing trouble. I think we can do that with the rules that are out there. Mr. Burns, if you can forward those other cities that are using them and then look at what we have here. That would be a great start for us. So thank you. All right, with that, is it a direction to the police department is, as I heard from Mr. Burns, is go ahead and move forward with the application with the recommendations from the chief?
Yes.
It's fine.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. All right, chief. I think there's a consensus there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. We will now move to item G6.
Okay. Thank you once again. I know I'm between the council and going to bed, so I will try to make this as quick as possible. Well, or drive, I should say. So this is for the third quarter for fiscal year 2020, 2021. So this will be as of ending on March 31st. So our revenues are coming in about 85% is what we're estimating. A lot of our revenues come in usually 2 months after the transactions happen, but we have a good, strong feeling that they're coming in strong, so we feel they're about 85%. So our expenditures right now are about 82%, and some of the different departments that are over non-department, a lot of their expenditures are at the beginning of the fiscal year, so that makes sense that they're over. And the other two that are big right now are engineering and planning. And with homes still being built, they're still doing a lot of work on reviewing plans and or engineering specs. So it makes sense that they're over also. So one area always of concern is engineering salaries being allocated. Right now, their personnel costs are about 159%. However, their engineering inspection revenue is about 126 above budget, also with other revenues still coming in. Fire department overtime is at 288%, which is more than the same time last year. But we do want to note that we are being reimbursed for strike teams for $433,000. So that does bring it a little bit closer to last year. One thing that finance staff and fire myself discussed is we're actually going to come up with a new line item for them. So when staff is on a strike team for overtime or any overtime related to the strike team, we're actually going to move that to a different line item so that we can isolate this a little bit better, a little bit more, and actually be a little bit more fair to them. But it is still a concern with the overtime over in that department. The allocation of the fire stations, that kind of speaks for itself. We always kind of say Station 1 is a little bit higher because that's where the administration is, but we have started allocating the workers' comp and general liability to the 4 different stations, which we didn't do in the past. Things that we continue to make improvements on, we did during this year, so about $2 million FAA grant improvements. We've done the River Park Trail, so another 400 there. Road improvements, we've done about 900,000. Oh, sorry. Parks improvements 400, and then the River Park Trail was 1.5 million. So I'm sleepy, but I don't know about anybody else, so I'm ready just for questions.
Any questions from council?
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try and be brief. I'm gonna fail. First of all, I'm curious on your information provided, Mr. City Manager. The City Council spent $302,385. Did I see that correctly, or?
Correct. We've spent $210,000, but the city attorney's contract is under the city council's budget.
Okay, that helps explain it, because I know at my $173 every other week, I'm not going to get even close to that.
It adds up over time.
Yeah. So that helps. I'm glad one of us is making some money here. The successor agency administration, which was like $250,000, can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah, the state provides us for administrative fee for the winding down of the old redevelopment agency. So we do have time we have outstanding loans that the redevelopment agency issue. We still have bonds that we monitor, and then we also have the obligation and payments that we have to, reports that we have to do to the state. So we still have ongoing costs.
Okay. I noticed that the animal control budget's $763,400, and apparently they've only spent 57% of that budget. What will happen with the unspent money, if there is unspent money at the end of this fiscal year for animal control?
Okay, so when we bill them for their share of actual costs, not the budgeted costs, so there's no return of funds, there's just a budget savings. They pay 53% of the animal control budget, 53 or 56?
55.
55, in between. Missed it by a couple. So, I mean, any of the savings that we have will actually be a true city savings also.
Okay, then, and so that would then actually remain in the general fund?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
What does the county of San Benito pay towards our fire services, and how does that relate to the fire department's budget and the challenges they face with overtime?
Give me one moment, I'll look that right up.
I believe it's 1.8, 1.9.
Yeah, between San Juan Bautista and the county, we have budgeted 2.2 million. So, which is, as you can see, a significant amount less than what we have budgeted for the fire's overall annual budget.
So from your analysis, is that a fair amount to bill the county, or are we over or under billing them for our fire department resource?
My true feeling is that we're under billing them for the services, but one of the things when the contract was discussed was that we do have citizens that are on the freeways out in the county or on the road, so we wanted to make sure our citizens got the best quality service, and plus we were going on those mutual aid calls anyways. So there has been, in the past, the council has made a decision to go with those, the price that we have given the county. I do know, I think it was when county was looking at CAL FIRE, I think they were looking at about $3 million a station.
3.5 million.
3.5, okay.
So
The mayor was on the fire committee, so I'll
So
defer to him.
when does that contract come up for renewal and renegotiation?
I believe, I would have to look that up, but Mary, you were on the fire committee, do you remember?
Anytime we want to bring it up, we can renegotiate it. It's a 10-year, did it go 5-year? I forgot what that was, but it can be discussed anytime.
I believe it was 10-year.
Do we know the last time it was looked at?
It was about 2 years ago, under the previous city manager. So about 2 years.
So at some point, as a layperson, having recently joined the council, perhaps we could get a report on what has been versus where we're at, because, you know, my initial reaction would be, maybe it's time to take another look at this.
Not a problem.
Because, you know, I'm all about service, but I think we all have to pay our own way. So, I was a little surprised when I saw that the Veterans Building had spent 95% of their budget, and I heard what you said, that a lot of the spendings happen in the first part of the year, but that doesn't leave a whole lot of margin for anything, from what I can tell. Can you
Correct.
tell me a little bit about that, please?
They asked for their payments as early as possible, so I believe that is a full year's worth of payments that they have received already.
Okay. And finally, my lay interpretation is it looks like we've spent 82% of our budget for the year, and ideally, I think, as a simpleton, I would have thought that'd be more, about 75%, but yet that only leaves another 18% for another month and a half minus any other fees that have already been incurred but haven't necessarily been documented. Can you speak to that, Mr.
Yeah,
City
correct.
Manager?
So like I said, engineering and planning. So one of the big things with planning, I mean, we always tell our departments, do not budget contingencies. So with planning, we have our building inspector, or building department is under a contract, and they get 65% of all building fees. So as the revenues come in, planning is, I think right now, I think we budgeted about 600,000, and they're at like 1.2 million. So part of that extra increase in revenue is owed to 4-Leaf for their contracted service. So I always kind of say that's always a good thing that they're over budgeted, because we brought in more revenue than what we're spending out. So that's a big chunk of it right there.
So finally, Mr. Miller, as our city manager and as our former finance director, are you comfortable professionally where we stand at this point in time with the current budget?
Correct, because like I said, the revenue is about 85%, and then expenditures at 82%. So we monitor that on a regular basis to make sure we're not upside down. But yeah, like I said, we know those revenues are coming in, and there's going to be associated costs with that.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, I did have one final question.
Sure.
As I recall, the last budget presentation that we did, which was probably for the mid-year, I thought you said that sales tax revenues were up like 14%.
Correct.
Is that trend continuing? And if so, can you talk just for a moment about that? And I'll wrap up my questions at that point. Thank you, sir.
We got our would be fourth quarter report, and once again we were up about 14%. So it's continuing. So what our citizens are doing with buying locally, and it has really helped us a lot. And that's why that's why I'm very comfortable with that number. And probably our sales tax numbers that I've projected for the third quarter are probably understated. But I like to be conservative when I have to project in the future. So it's been beneficial. It's allowed us to do some of the one-time costs. But yeah, those sales tax numbers continue to come in, and it looks like for the future it will continue that way.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Thank you, Mayor. That concludes my questions and comments.
Thank you. Any other questions from council?
Real quick.
Go ahead, Mr. Perez.
For the fire department, those numbers will actually change because we haven't put the compensation in. Is that my understanding?
No, I mean,
Or is that
we have
already-
expenditures that we have revenue. So a lot of about 400 to 500,000 of their overtime was going out on strike teams. So we got reimbursed for that. So I just didn't want to, the numbers don't look good for overtime, but I didn't want to I don't want them to be disastrous, because, they did go on strike teams, and we did get reimbursed for it.
And so those numbers are reflected already?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor, any other questions?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
More like just comments. I agree with Councilmember Burns. We talked about revisiting that contract. We never really got around to it. I think we should do that with this council. And then, yeah, ever since before I was even on the council, I saw that the fire department was coming over budget. And I don't know, I'd just like to see if we can fix that and find a solution to it. So looking forward to discussing that soon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Mr. City Manager, the conversation about the increase of the fees for the building department, when will we be seeing those coming forward to help here?
I'm looking at Abraham. Next meeting, correct? Yeah, they're supposed to be on the agenda for next meeting.
And then when can we also talk about the impact fees on this for the sewer?
I am working on getting that on the next meeting also.
Okay, perfect. All right, that's all the questions I have for you. Thank you. Anything else?
One last thing, speaking of meetings and our budget, I would like to see if council is available for January, or sorry, not January, it's one of those J words, June 1st and 2nd, and possibly start at 4 if we could, or 4:30, so that we have a little bit longer time. If we're able to get done in a day, then we only have to come once. But I would like to at least reserve 2 days depending on questions.
I cannot do the second. My daughter's graduating that day.
How about first and third then?
First I can do, and the third I can do.
Okay. Is 4 o'clock okay, or 4:30?
It's fine with me.
Okay, 4 o'clock will be.
All right. Do we have any speakers this item?
Actually, I'm not good on the first.
Okay. Let's start with the third and see where that goes then.
Actually, you know what? Yeah.
Are we able to start earlier than 4 o'clock on
Yeah,
the
if we
third?
start earlier, then that'll work for me.
I don't know.
Working still.
What was that response? We didn't hear it.
I'm working, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Well, the other thing, because that's Memorial Day. Do you guys get Memorial Day week or just the week?
Just the day.
Just the day? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know. So, some of those school holidays.
Staff keeps asking for the whole week, but we just keep saying no.
I'm pretty sure I can push my first over.
No, yeah.
Oh, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, the problem is finance staff still needs time from, if there's any changes, to make those changes and get it get back to council. So, I'm sorry, Councilmember Perez, did you say you can move the first?
Yeah, I'll move the first.
Staff appreciates it. So we'll have it for first and third. Vice Mayor Resendez, was 4 o'clock okay with you?
Yes, that's fine.
Yeah, 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock?
Yeah, I can jump on my phone and then drive home. I'll be on there.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll bring my jet ski.
Ooh.
So we're good with the times?
Yes.
All right, did we have any speakers on this item?
We have no speakers, Mr. Mayor?
Perfect, thank you. All right, H, I, J, and K, there's no business. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
There's a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Motion passes
Thank-
4-0.
Thank you, everyone, and good night.
Good night, everybody. Thank you.